Good afternoon. I am State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, co-chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. Welcome to today's deliberations. And we might as well have opening comments. Senator Needleman, do you have anything to add this afternoon?
Good morning.
Thank you for that pithy explication. Good morning, Representative Mara.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, now we got through the substantive part of today's activities. We will be recessing so that both caucuses can briefly caucus. We will reconvene in this room in hopefully under an hour, but we shall see. So in the meantime, we are recessed.
Oil terminal. But in New Haven, we've also
Rules for you to argue. Also, that precinct. Okay. Thank you. They feel it's prejudice against women?
They're an organization that's not here in the state of Connecticut.
Good afternoon again to everyone. The Energy and Technology Committee is prepared to reconvene to take up a number of bills today. We have had an initial opening remarks, but we didn't have an opportunity for Senator Fazio to comment in case he chooses to. I imagine you have something to say at some point today, but is there anything you'd like to open with?
I look forward to our productive meeting today.
And on that constructive and inspiring note, we will begin today's meeting. These are bills for final action, of which there are 8 listed. I should make clear that number 8, House Bill 7087, will be held because of some important changes to the JFS language. So we are contemplating 7 bills today. Chair recognizes Representative Mara.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to open up the agenda to add Senate Bill 647, an act concerning protections for consumer access to affordable electricity, to our agenda. Our residents have provided over 750 letters of testimony, and we have heard from the public through emails, through letters, that they want to hear some action. And we would like to add this agenda item to have us vote on it. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to second the motion from Representative Mara. As was mentioned, we heard over 750 pieces of testimony in favor of this piece of legislation. Among other things, it would cut public benefits charges in order to make Connecticut's electric bills hundreds of dollars more affordable for the average resident. It would cap the price of power purchase agreements and energy subsidies that are funded by our ratepayers. It would separate DEEP and PURA while keeping PURA a public agency. It would have an all of the above clean energy strategy, allowing nuclear and hydro to compete with solar and wind. It would reduce subsidies for new energy demand when we know we're going to see instability of the grid and shortage of supply in the future. And it contemplates new ways to expand natural gas supply to protect our winter reliability. For all these reasons, we think that this should be part of the agenda today, and we should have the ability to vote on Senate Bill 647 as part of the agenda to advance it as part of our deliberations as a state legislature. So we'd ask for a roll call vote on that motion that I seconded to open up the agenda to include Senate Bill 647.
Thank you. We'll open it up to comments. I'll begin. We very much appreciate the suggestion by members of this committee to contemplate a bill that we had before the committee for a public hearing last week. We heard a lot of testimony. In fact, most of the in-person testimony was against the bill. So we can look at the numbers and argue about the numbers in that sense. But we take your concerns very seriously. I think we're all very sensitive now to the legitimate affordability issues that our constituents are feeling, and we are eager to find sensible, practical ways to have a significant impact in a timely basis of their energy bills. I will say personally that I found most of the elements in the bill before us to be non-starters, but my co-chair and I have always kept the door open that if aspects of those bills could be further discussed, that they could become parts of SB4, which is the bill that we have this year, our signature bill, which will encompass many different ideas. So the possibility is still there to consider elements of this bill without necessarily carrying the bill forward out of committee. And I would ask every member of this committee to vote against the amendment so we can move forward with SB4 and continue to have these conversations. Anyone else? Representative Yacarino.
I appreciate, Mr. Chair, I appreciate everything you've said, but if you listen to the senator and the representative, we had over 700, yes, maybe 55 to 45 in the public testimony was in the negative, or maybe 52-48, but about 750 people were in the affirmative. So I think we should listen to the voice of the people and vote on this, whichever way it goes. But we do represent a minority, of the or in the minority party, but we did have over 750 pieces of testimony in favor. So I would like to at least vote on this. And I appreciate everything you're trying to do with the ranking members. We appreciate that, but it's only fair.
I take your point, representatives. I would argue anything short of a statewide referendum will fail to give us a clear picture of what the majority of the people of the state of Connecticut believe. And we've certainly seen this in many bills in the past. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am really eager to continue to have a robust conversation about energy affordability in our state. It's certainly been the priority. I get a dirty look every time I say for the word robust from Billy Buckby. I'm eager to continue to have really informed conversations with folks about energy affordability. I think we need to find ways that we can talk about levers that effectuate meaningful change in energy costs. And I found that oftentimes I would get constituents who were really excited and engaged about the possibility of lowering their energy rates. And what I, as someone who spent their entire career working in the food and nutrition space with a PhD, am always super cautious about is anytime someone promises you a silver bullet, a pill, a quick and easy solution, when the preponderance of evidence suggests that there is otherwise. And so what I have been trying really hard to do with my constituents, and it's painstaking, right? It's conversations one at a time, and in ways that are really informed, say, like, let's break down your bill. Let's break down the components of things that contribute to the energy costs in your bill. And then when we do that, after we have a really informed conversation where we break things down, which one of these policy levers do you want to pull? And usually people, when they are coming up with ideas on their own, their idea is not to take a bucket of money that is being spent, that's being paid for by them, and put it into another bucket that's paid for by them. Usually they say, well, is that being run efficiently? What's the best way that we could create leverage to make sure that program's being done efficiently? And so we have members of our caucus who've created bills to increase auditing provisions. And I think that those will have bipartisan support. They'll say, well, why is our transmission cost so very expensive? What are ways that we can create more accountability in those cost spaces and make sure that we are getting the best bang for our buck in those spaces? Well, what about balancing the incredible costs of power purchase agreements that have 10-year contracts and Connecticut's carrying costs, but other states might not be, but they're benefiting from the stability of the electrons. And I want to just caution my colleagues as we talk about policies like this and vote on amendments for policies like this, that we have to be careful when we have conversations in the public where we say that this is affordability and this is not, this other way to reach towards affordability. And today I know I have trust and faith in my chairs that we're going to continue to talk about energy affordability moving forward, that we're going to have a lot of really rigorous conversations about the actual levers that'll make a real difference in the way that we can move forward in the energy space. But I make a commitment, as I will vote no today, that I will never promise to my ratepayers this button, press this button, pull this lever, make this vote here, and you have a solution. And I think we have to be very careful about things that we present that way, especially when there would be real hurts associated with it too. And those parts aren't always part of the conversation either, though in the in-person testimony, people did draw attention to some of those hurts that were potential. So I thank the chairs for the opportunity to speak. I think that I can just see the way that the communication about this might go out after. And I want people to know that when we vote no on an amendment like this, in my mind, it's no way that I don't plan to continue to collaborate bipartisanly with my colleagues and continue to try ways to find ways to address affordability. But my ratepayers, my constituents, they want to find ways to cut corporate profits. They want to find ways to create accountability over transmission planning. They want to make sure that they have a reliable grid, but they don't want to pay extra for services that they don't value. But they want to actually know what we're talking about when we float those numbers out there, because there are things like home energy efficiency programs that have a real value add to the consumer. And we need to make sure that those programs are accountable, but we certainly also need to make sure that people are getting the services that they want. So I plan to vote no on this amendment today, but I am wholeheartedly committed to making sure that we address ratepayer rates moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I believe Representative Foster made two really important points. I'm sure at least two, probably, but I'll focus on two. One is that we all care about affordability. In fact, there are aspects of SB4 which seek to address affordability. And again, that's a place where that can continue to happen. Secondly, and this is a conversation a number of us have had, is that there's another whole conversation to be had about the effectiveness of some of the programs that are paid for either through public benefits or even programs that are paid for by taxpayer dollars. And if we can improve the effectiveness of the energy efficiency program, which is, I think, worthy of consideration, if we can improve other programs to make sure that every cent we are charging ratepayers is justifiable, we want to have that conversation as well. Anyway, yes, Representative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate our ranking members for bringing this forward. This has really been something that we have been hearing from our constituents day in and day out, and to have the opportunity to vote on our proposal, I think is a wonderful thing. Just one quick thing on what was previously said about whether we view this as a silver bullet and about moving pots of money around. We don't believe that this is a silver bullet. This is an ongoing discussion. It's a very complex environment, but these are the items that we believe will make some meaningful change. And in terms of taking a bucket of money, taking items of the public benefits charge and putting them into the general fund, one thing that might help to accomplish is that those items would then be subject to the 2-year budget review every year. So when we're talking about transparency, we're talking about reevaluation. That would give us one mechanism to make sure that these items that we are charging our consumers for are actually working and are actually reviewed effectively every 2 years. So I just wanted to make that little clarification there. There are many items in here that we could talk about, but I respect the time of all the members of the committee here, and we are really just trying to get to the heart of affordability, as are all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Canino, and I appreciate your very positive view of the budgeting process, that we really have transparency there, and that a line item like this would get scrutiny and consideration. My experience has been a little different. But I'm more concerned about the ongoing funding. Any other comments or questions? Representative Mara.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the dialogue that we're having back and forth on this. I think the issue that I have is that this is a process issue. We brought a bill forward. We had public hearing. We had a lot of people come forward and give testimony. And what we usually do when we have a public hearing and we have people come forward is they offer suggestions and ideas to make things better. And I heard a lot of people, there was a lot of misinformation that we as Republicans are wanting to take efficiency programs away, or we as Republicans want to take this or that away, which was absolutely not the point at all of this bill. And I hear that is an issue. So as a process, I think it's just not okay to just throw the whole bill away and say this didn't work. We know that there were good ideas in this bill, and we know we can make them better. And I think with the public testimony, we can use that and we can work on this bill and make it better. Again, I appreciate the dialogue, and I really encourage everyone to vote yes on this.
Thank you, Representative. And we did hear a lot in the public hearing. I will say that the misinformation works both ways. I think a lot of the things that people said were based on misinformation, even if well-intentioned. And conceivably, if they had had better information, they might not have made the same suggestions. I think that the public hearing process is critically important to what we do here in government, and that we should listen to everyone, and we did that. We remain open-minded. There are still opportunities for suggestions to be acted on in the context of a revised SB4. I encourage all of you to stay involved in the process. SB4 will be the vehicle for further affordability discussions. And I will simply reiterate that I encourage all of you to vote no on this amendment, because we have another appropriate vehicle to keep the conversation going. Representative Michinski.
Unless I missed something, I think the motion is to add the bill to the agenda. It's not an amendment.
You're absolutely right. Thank you for the correction.
And I have a municipal utility, so I'm not involved in this at all. But I did listen to the testimony for whatever it was, 13 hours, and here's some of the things this bill would do if it were to continue on. It eliminates funding for energy efficiency programs, which help people save money. It eliminates the green bank. It eliminates heat pumps and diverts funds from renewables. It hurts workforce training in clean energy and efficiency. When you want to do efficiency in your house, you have technicians that come in and help you. And this eliminates that. It shifts the systems benefit charge to the general fund, where it is vulnerable to disappearing. And I know, because I lived through that. We had money set aside for energy efficiency, and we had teams of workers going around the state fixing up old houses to make the energy use diminish in that house and save people money in that house. And they were all laid off. And we never brought back all those people, because those funds were used to balance the budget in 2017. So putting it over in the general fund is a real risky maneuver. And I saw what happened in 2017, and I don't want to see that happen again. So again, it doesn't affect my particular constituents, but I see a lot of damage in this bill, causing a lot of damage to energy efficiency and to helping people save money. And I think we should not take it seriously. Thank you.
Representative Michinski, Senator Fazio.
There are several municipal electric utilities in the state, and they pay far lower electric rates in those regions. And one of the reasons they do, and this is according to an OLR report, is because they do not have to pay the public benefits charges. Listen, the bill, to clarify, envisions shifting funding for these programs to the general fund and the normal budgetary process. And yes, that will be a process worth discussing in order to make it happen, and there will be complications involved. But currently, there is no vetting process. These things are staying in your electric bill for decades on end without being reviewed, without being subject to a cost benefit. everyone says they're worried about shifting funding towards the general fund. Well, the general fund's good enough to fund billions of dollars of healthcare in our state, public education, roads and bridges. So we're saying that we're subjecting these energy programs that we're subsidizing through our energy bills to a lower threshold of review and probing than we do healthcare and public education and roads and bridges and public safety. Listen, it won't be the end of the world. It will make the programs better because it will give them religion. And it will ensure that the taxpayer is protected because we still have budget guardrails. And it will ensure that we do not have this continuous high level of hidden taxation through our energy bills. Listen, there's something wrong when our public benefits charges have doubled in just a few years' time, in 6 or 7 years' time, right? If it was $300 or $400 million continuously over the last 7 or 8 years, so be it. But it's risen from $200 or $300 or $400 million to $800 million in 2024. And only $50 million of that was Seabrook and Millstone, by the way. So there is a problem. We need procedural change in addition to substantive change. This is making a genuine, earnest effort to accomplish that. And while also preserving the good programs that do exist, especially relating to energy efficiency. But we got to do something. And this is an effort to do something. People are crying for it. It's about time we do.
Thank you, Senator. I will say once again that we are open in this committee to discuss the need or effectiveness of any program that is currently under public benefits, and maybe we're the ones to do that. I think it's really important that we clarify that moving these items to the general fund is not simply a matter of transparency. As has been discussed, there are any number of other ramifications for doing so, and one must weigh the pros and cons. Representative Foster.
I'd like to, we have had a couple of conversations about how there is increased transparency in the general fund versus in the process that we're in right now. But I don't know about all of you, and I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that a lot of us got onto this committee and required a significant education to get up to speed, to get engaged on what's happening here. When things go through OCC or PURA or the Siting Council or any one of those committees, we might all have criticisms or critiques about where we're going, but every one of those entities has significantly more robust, skilled, and technically expert staff than the General Assembly does. So when we make like a commentary that perhaps that the general fund is a more appropriate way for those programs to be audited, I would like to make the point that any given year, members of this General Assembly can introduce a bill to change any member of any one of these public policies. So if you could audit any program through the auditors of public accounts, I introduced a bill to do that this year. If you believe procurement pathways are contributing to Connecticut paying for an unfair share of the PPAs compared to our partner states, we can do something about that. We actually unanimously did that last year. Interestingly, there was actually a Republican amendment to let Connecticut still go it alone. But it passed in the end bipartisanly. And so we have lots of examples of ways that we have worked as a General Assembly to address components of this bill. But I think it's easy to say, move it, and then we'll look at it later. But there's lots of things we can do right now. And there's lots of bills before us right now that aren't about cost shift. And fundamentally, what we're talking about is if we're not cutting the program, we're talking about a cost shift. If you're not going to get rid of the home energy efficiency program and find your cost savings there, and the taxpayers are paying for it, they are still paying for it. So fundamentally, what we're talking about is a cost shift or a cut to a program. There's no other way around that. That is fundamentally what this bill does. And so we have bills that would actually cut costs without cutting programs, more rigorous auditing provisions, creating more accountability over transmission planning and grid enhancing technologies and advanced transmission technologies. Those bills will do that thing. And what I will also say is I have been very consistently engaged with my colleagues bipartisanly on this work, and those components year over year, we have had an aircraft carrier in energy and technology that has included components that were suggestions from members of every caucus. So I think we do really need to find a way to move forward and create a system where we can bipartisanly work on things using effective strategies to talk about how we are actually impacting energy costs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? If not, Madam Clerk, I think we're up. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on Rep. Foster's point, every single measure that's approved through the energy efficiency program goes through a cost benefit analysis, a rigorous cost benefit analysis, and multiple dollars are saved per every dollar that's invested through the energy efficiency program. So I don't think these programs need religion. I think they need what they have, which is rigorous technical evaluation of every dollar that's invested. And it's producing a good return, not only for the people who receive those benefits themselves in their homes, but systemically by reducing demand. We heard that the aggregate amount of load reduction from the energy efficiency programs is the equivalent of a 58 megawatt power plant. That's an enormous amount of new capacity that we don't have to add to the grid, and that we don't have to add to the grid at higher prices than we're currently paying. So I think that this idea that we need to limit our power purchase agreements based on the current market prices of electricity is not well reasoned, and that all new generation is going to be more costly than existing generation. The other thing that I think is important to keep in mind, beyond just the fact that we've seen the legislature raid these programs for about $150 million in funding, so we know that there's potential uncertainty there, is that these programs, particularly the Green Bank programs, are looking at the long-term viability of energy improvement mechanisms, and they're leveraging private dollars. I think it's about 8 private dollars for every public dollar that's invested. But they can only do that if there's long-term certainty to the funding streams that they rely on in order to facilitate that type of borrowing. So I think we all agree that we want to bend the cost curve for residents here in Connecticut. We can't solve that problem overnight. Like folks have said, a lot of these are long-term agreements. Some have been around for decades. We need to be thinking long-term about how we can bend the cost curve. And we can't do that if public support for these programs is subject to the whims of the legislature every couple of years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your point. It does seem that we talk a lot about the whims of government these days and a lack of predictability and certainty. And I think we can also see the repercussions of a certain random approach. And that's the last thing we want to do for the people here in the state of Connecticut. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I wasn't going to, and this has gone on a little bit about some of this, but I really want to hope that the chairs of this committee will consider some of the pieces of this going forward. We heard from our constituents about paying other people's bills. They didn't have any say over that. When the millions of dollars that went from the COVID time, the longest time people not paying their bills, it got tucked into public benefits and people had to pay for it. It should have been accounted for by the state government. If the governor said this is what we're going to do and not have people pay their bill, then it should be part of what we're doing. I mean, that to me, that's common sense. And we heard people talk about electric vehicles and how upset they were about that. We need to listen to them, and a lot of these ideas along that same line. We need to keep these negotiations open so that this can move forward. Even if this does fail, which it seems it will be today, I really want to hold the chair's feet to the fire on this too, that we can work together collaboratively, that some of this does work. And this isn't strictly a political move by any means, but just one party going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. My toes are toasty. I'm feeling the heat. Representative Mashinsky.
Yeah,
Second time.
I just wanted to add something for the Senator Fazio about municipal utilities. In our municipal, we buy power at a wholesale rate, and we did generate it for a while too. And we buy 5 years at a time. So that's why we don't have these ups and downs of the natural gas pricing that other parts of the state deal with. And those are the premier reasons why our power is cheaper.
Okie dokie. And Representative Buckbond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say, this is the number one issue we've all been hearing about, energy costs, public benefits, energy affordability. It's so important. Others, I think, have articulated well why this bill is a good comprehensive approach to try and lower energy costs. Is it perfect? No. Is it worthy of further discussion? Is it worthy of a vote? Yes, that's what we do. That's why we're here. I just wanted to make sort of a process point. For the past 10 years, I served on the legislative body of my town. Smaller scale, of course, but I served in the majority, the supermajority of that body. And I could count on one hand, less than one hand, the number of times I objected to a motion to have a discussion, to add something to the agenda, to further a dialogue. Because I've always thought that good ideas can come from anywhere. And we can have those discussions, and we can have those debates, and we can differ in the end. We can then vote no if we want to vote no, or try and change it if we want to try and change it. So it's surprising to me that we're having a lengthy discussion right now about whether to have a discussion, about whether to actually bring up the vote, to actually vote on the vote, to vote on the bill. All we're doing right now is talking about whether we should add it to the agenda, to have a discussion, to do with our residents, to listen to our residents, to bring their views to light. And if we want to vote no, vote no. If we want to vote yes, vote yes. If we want to offer an amendment to it, offer an amendment to it. But it's just surprising to me that we're not willing to just have the discussion. I think that it's important, and I would urge that we amend the agenda and add the SB 647. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I would submit that we are having a conversation, and that conversation is ongoing. Representative Constantine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate our colleagues' statements, particularly Representative Buckby's. And listen, from the campaign, I'm the newbie on the committee. I know Representative Foster and many of you have been on the committee for a while. You are kind of in the business. And, but as a newbie, as someone who's been here, as everyone who's been on this committee knows, what we have heard from our people, from all of our residents, is that energy is too high. And I'll just quote one of the testimonies that came in for 647, but it could have easily come in for SB 4 also. Our electric bills and water bills, utilities in general, are way too high. There is too much finger pointing, and we see nothing being done, but we need to try to exist in Connecticut. Thank you for your time and have a nice day. That was really nice. But listen, everybody is asking for lower utility prices, and this is transmission, it's grid work, it's long-term work. There are no magic pills, as Representative Foster has said. And I believe SB 4 can do this. I believe we can bring in other parts of other bills into SB 4 in order to truly deliver affordable electric rates for everybody tomorrow and in the long term. Thank you.
Representative, I got some of those emails as well without the have a nice day part at the end. Anyone else? If not, we can have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
This is a roll call vote for a motion to open the agenda to include Senate Bill 647. Senator Needleman?
Senator Needleman votes no to amend the agenda.
Representative Steinberg?
Representative Steinberg votes no.
Senator Fazio?
Senator Fazio votes yes.
Representative Mara?
Rep Mara votes yes.
Representative Sanchez? Senator Maroney?
Senator Maroney votes no to amend the agenda.
Representative Ali Brennan?
Representative Ali Brennan votes no.
Senator Cabrera? Representative D'Amico?
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Gresco?
1 second. Rep Gresco votes no.
Representative Horn?
Rep Horn votes no.
Senator Marr?
Senator Marr votes no.
Senator McCrory? Representative Mushinski?
Mushinski votes no.
Representative Piscopo?
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Yacarino?
Yacarino, yes.
Representative Bucksbaum,
Bucksbaum, yes.
Representative Constantine,
No.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Foster,
No.
Representative Jensen,
Rep. Jensen votes yes.
Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Winter,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
No.
and Representative Hughes.
No.
Were you able to record my?
Oh, Rep Sanchez, Are you here? Rep Sanchez, would you like to vote?
Sanchez, no.
Thank you.
When you're ready, could you please announce the tally?
No.
The tally is 8 yes, 16 no, 1 absent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion to add this item to the agenda has failed. We will now return to the original agenda. The first item is SB 7. This is the an act concerning energy affordability. Did I say, what did I say? Ah, yeah, blast from the past. Let's go with SB 4. 400, please. Yeah, if you start having flashbacks, let me know. There you go. SB 4, an act concerning energy affordability, access and accountability. This is a JFS to the floor. As we said, it is a work in process. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Representative Foster, seconded by Senator Needleman. Discussion.
I'd like to take a couple of minutes and just go through some of the notes on this that I have. Again, as my co-chair stated, this is a work in process. We're looking to make it an energy affordability bill that contains a lot of components. You notice that I restrained myself from speaking on the change to the agenda. But here I will take some time. The first 3 sections are in relation to nuclear, advancing and making statements that the state is interested in looking at nuclear. The first 4 sections. Section 5 expands electricity reliability investments to gas infrastructure, expands energy conservation management efforts to gas companies to allow them to reasonably pursue active and passive demand response. Deep Commissioner may direct gas companies to enter into long-term contracts for active or passive demand response measures that result in gas savings or time of use shifts should the benefits outweigh the costs to such companies. Section 6 excludes companies from recovering costs associated with the provisions of standard service pursuant to this section. An EDC company may request the procurement manager appear to authorize such company to use any portion of the energy capacity or other such energy products that said companies purchase from an eligible nuclear generating facility for the purposes of standard service. This section would allow the electric companies to buy energy from Millstone for their own account, basically. Section 7 is defines utility scale thermal networks and authorizes the state to pursue them. Section 8 establishes emergency restoration planning committee, not less. These are the next 3 are very specifically related to issues of the employees of the utilities and giving them a voice, because one of the unintended collateral impacts of Senate Bill 7 and Take Back Our Grid was that there was a concern on the part of line workers that management was leaning on them to do restoration too quickly. At least that's what we heard, that they were feeling pressured, and we want to make sure that they're not feeling the pressure of working in unsafe conditions and giving them a voice. Section 11, Pure shall open an uncontested proceeding and amend notice of proceeding to evaluate the criteria standards related to consumer protections, RE service termination of a regular gas company or EDC as defined in Section 16.1 of the general statutes, a serious or life-threatening medical condition. This is basically saying that Pure should open a docket on the medical hardship that we allow right now, and maybe consider making it a little more income or asset dependent. Because right now, if you're a medical hardship customer, no matter how much money you make, you don't have to pay your electric bill. So we want to review that whole process. Or I'm not sure that that's a fair characterization, but I think that we want to relook at it to make sure that that is being handled in a proper way. And that's it. So there will be, I don't think that this committee has ever passed a big bucket energy bill that's only had 11 sections. This is where we are. I do want to make a couple of comments about affordability. No party has a lock on the market for wanting to do the right thing for the customers of the state of Connecticut. We have worked as a bipartisan committee for my 6 years here. In fact, the major energy bills that we've done, Take Back Our Grid and Senate Bill 7, have been unanimous in the Senate, and I'm proud of that. We'll continue to work to make affordability one of the paramount issues this year, but I want to remind everybody and everybody that's listening that we are still in the after effects of a pandemic, a war, and now unexpected random trade war with our closest ally and our neighbor up north that is roiling the energy markets in the Northeast with threats of having power cut off in a totally random, irrational position with regard to tariffs. And I'm sorry that we as a state and as a country have been subjected to multiple crises over the last 5 years that have led to an adjustment on the bar graph, if certainly increases in the total rate over the last 5 years, decreases and increases that have made sections of the bill at one time look out of whack with others. We should spend, first of all, more time looking at total rate and not how it's defined. I understand that crisis begets opportunity in some cases, and I'm not surprised or chagrined that anybody would be seizing the opportunity to make this the paramount issue. But really, the paramount issue is the future of energy in Connecticut and in the Northeast and in the United States, and what its impacts are on our cost structure and our reliability, and our desire to meet certain efficiency goals, climate goals, if you will, environmental goals in terms of air quality. This is what we have done in the past. We have continued to try to do it now. Senate Bill 4 will hopefully be a bucket in which all good ideas will rise to the surface like cream on milk, and we will, nobody says that anymore. Everybody buys homogenized everything, I'm sorry.
Somehow you're going to get the price of eggs on this.
And the price of eggs under control. And I'm going to say this one last time. I do not believe that good public policy rests on taking a condition that has occurred as a result of multiple back-to-back crises and use that as an opportunity to advance a political agenda which the majority party clearly disagrees with. I don't have any problem with doing it. I always ask myself, what would I do if I was in the minority? And it would probably be much of the same thing, but I need to remind everybody that what we are trying to do is look out beyond the crisis when most of this stuff washes through, because I do believe that that part of the bar graph that's public benefits will be a constantly moving target, but historically it's been 12% of the cost of the electric bill. And supply, distribution, transmission are big buckets here that we need to look at. And the big question is there any way to partially re-regulate the industry that we deregulated 25 years ago? Because a lot of the mess that we're looking at, our inability to do what Rep. Mashinsky talked about Wallingford does, what even Vermont does as a vertical company, a lot of our self-interest is not necessarily met by the interests of the collective of the ISO New England states. We're all sort of going it alone because of deregulation, except for Vermont, whose rates right now are about a third less than ours, although at times they have been higher. So I think that we have to get through this. We have to look to the future and figure out what to do. We have taken significant steps in prior bills. For example, the low-income discount rate. And I have to remind people that there is no program, no procurement, no contract for energy that has not been voted on, right? You can't re-vote on a 20-year or 30-year contract to build natural gas plants in 2005 every year. That would be silly. You cannot vote on a 10-year contract with Millstone every year, especially when it's a variable number. These are hedges. It makes no sense to do that. So I want solutions as much as anybody. I'm looking forward to working on solutions both for the short-term problem, to help those that are least able to pay, most of whom are seniors who live on very low fixed incomes, many of them on Social Security alone or Social Security and a tiny amount of money. We are looking to make everybody's bill affordable, but we're certainly, and this body has sought to make sure that those people are protected so that they don't have cold nights and cold days or end up losing their homes because they can't pay an electric bill. We have done that. We have done that as a body. We have done that as a committee. We have done that in a broad bipartisan way. The collateral benefit of that will be much, much lower arrearages, because when somebody gets a bill that just blows their mind, they put it away and they don't pay it. But when somebody gets a bill that's affordable, which is the low income discount rate that hopefully goes into effect on July 1st, when that happens, they'll look at it and say, I can pay this, and they'll pay it. A lot of the, it's not an uncommon thing for people to bury their head in the sand when they get some bad news. That's just what happens. And I think we've looked to make that less impactful, that bad news when it comes to energy bills. So I look forward to a robust discussion after our JF deadline on what bills go, what goes in Senate Bill 4 or other bills. Good ideas hopefully will rise to the surface and will happen. And that's sort of my initial summary of that bill.
It sounds like a threat to me. Yes, Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that was not to milk any of the discussions you already had, but that was a lot going on there. It has to happen. That is very true. I appreciate some of the comments too on the bipartisanship and working together, though I am concerned that none of the bills we see are Republican bills put forward. In that regard of working together, that I think I would love to see us do, and in not searching for a silver bullet, but searching for something that really would impact immediately. The clerk is in possession of an amendment that I would ask is regarding RECs There's several there you can't differentiate. The clerk's in possession of an amendment regarding Rex. I'd ask that it be distributed and I'd be allowed to summarize.
Madam Clerk, it is distributed. If you do not have your copies, please let us know. Please proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill, this amendment to it, I think really ties into what we've been looking for. We've been looking for something that does bring down costs right away. Renewable energy credits around the nation. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, about looking around the nation to what the rest do. Renewable energy credits in the state of Connecticut right now are about $40 to $50 a credit that have to be purchased. And they're great because what those credits do are putting green energy out there, people that can do it really well. Connecticut doesn't necessarily do them all well, but some do. Instead of paying $40 or $50 a credit, we could look to Nevada and purchase their credits, which is the same planet that we're working on saving here. We buy their renewable energy credits at $1.50 to $2 a credit. If you translate that to where people are with their energy bill, if it's 700 kilowatts, which we know is a very low number, but that's what people, I'm sure, Senator, yours is not 700 kilowatts for your house. Your heat pump's more than 700 kilowatts, I'm sure. But if you look at a 700 kilowatt home, that's going to save them $25 to $30 a month right now. We used to do this. Massachusetts does it, Rhode Island does it, New York does it, California does it. We can buy renewable energy credits to save our environment from people that do it better than we do here. We can't do it economically here in the state as well. Even a suggestion to further discuss, it could be for 2 years we allow this and reintroduce Connecticut back in. Not that people couldn't buy them here, but if they're doing it at a better rate in other states to do the same job, why are we locking in the people of Connecticut to have to pay this extra money on their energy bill now? I think it's a very clear, very simple, very small amendment that would show that wonderful bipartisanship the good chair was just talking about, that we could add this in, and I'm sure this will bring about some more robust discussion. But I move this be added, and I ask when the roll be taken to be taken by name, by roll.
Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Buckby, for your motion and your amendment. I'd like to second the amendment and speak about it briefly. Basically, in Connecticut, we're limited to using renewable power to satisfy our renewable energy mandate, the renewable portfolio standard, just in the near geography of New England. As you know, New England doesn't have that much sun. It doesn't have that much open land that can make the generation of solar power economical. It doesn't have open space unencumbered by trees and hills and mountains that makes onshore wind deployable. Yet there are other parts of the country, especially the middle of the country, especially the southwestern part of the country, that can generate solar very affordably, that can generate wind very affordably. They can even do it without much subsidy, and they are able to deploy a lot more than us, even as a portion of their grid without that subsidy, because they're just, and we're all just subject to the natural geographic limitations that God gave every part of this country. And so I think that if our goal is to improve the environmental footprint of our country and mankind generally with regard to our emissions, that leveraging the geographic and economically advantageous position of the southwest part of the country, the middle of the country, in terms of making our renewable portfolio standard more efficient, more cost efficient, and lowering costs for our residents by hundreds of dollars while also promoting clean sources of energy. This amendment from Representative Buckby accomplishes all these goals. If it were not to be adopted, I would certainly think it should be in future iterations of Senate Bill 647. I believe that this is a good faith, substantive proposal to make our energy policy better in the state. And I'll reserve further comments for SB 7, which I think has nuances that SB 4 that is that are worth discussing at length. But I second the amendment, which was asked to receive a roll call vote and heartily support it.
Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to my good colleagues. I'm going to recommend that that this committee vote no on this, simply because we've discussed numerous times changes to the RPS, and we have actually made some already. I think that changes to the RPS is on the table, but not in this moment. I think that we need to look at this very carefully and come up with a plan. There are things that are in the RPS that don't belong there. Some of the ways that RECs are dealt with probably should be on the table. I'm not sure that there's a magic bullet here, but it's open to discussion, but this is not the moment to vote yes on this amendment. So please, I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Representative Mashinsky.
I just have a question. We're already, or the grid anyways, but already buying Hydro-Quebec power. So how would this be different from what the grid is doing now?
Mr.
Senator Fauzi, would like to respond?
So my understanding, and I could be wrong, is that currently you can satisfy the renewable portfolio standard with energy generated from New England and some parts of Eastern Canada. This would potentially open up satisfying renewable portfolio mandates, buying RECs through in areas outside of that geographic limitation.
Okay, so what you want to do is go outside of ISO New England?
Mashinsky, I have to recognize you. Please
I'm
continue.
sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I know better. So through you, Mr. Chairman, so you want to go outside of ISO New England to the next grid over? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, and I'll leave the proponent of the amendment to add to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I think everybody gets a thanks.
Everyone gets a thanks. It's a great question from the good representative, because this is how it was done previously. In recent years, we locked it down to just locally, but renewable energy credits aren't actually sending the power. The credit is crediting for buying green energy, right? Which we know that the air quality, or whatever it may be that we're looking for, we're buying renewable energy anywhere in the country. I know back when I was in the industry, we bought from Texas. That was cheaper green energy we could purchase there. So as far as the Canadian energy or Vermont or whoever it may be, we're not getting the actual energy. It's really just a card you put on your desk. Say, hey, we bought green energy. We bought renewable energy credits. Those aren't actually anything tangible to really have when it comes to renewable energy credits. RECs are something you purchase to make a difference. So that's why other states are doing this right now. Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York are all doing it all around us, but we're not. And this is where I would disagree with the good chair, that this needs to be done and addressed immediately, because it can bring the dollars down right away. We're still doing all the things we're supposed to be doing. And why did we get away from it to start with? We cannot be competitive in that market right now in Connecticut. Let's allow those people to build and make themselves competitive in the industry. Thank you. Thank myself. I found that. They're trying to be competitive in the industry. They can't get there yet. Competition is going to help bring everything down. So allow them that opportunity to go out and be competitive. They can still sell their energy. They can still sell RECs, but we need to do something immediately for our consumers. Those people in our districts who are saying, hey, I'm getting swamped, I'm getting crushed. I can't afford to take advantage of the energy efficiency program to put a heat pump in my house because I can't afford to put the money up front to start with, because I'm paying it all into my energy bill every year, every week, every month. They're paying down their money. They don't have the money to do it. This is immediate dollars that doesn't hurt us. And I would highly disagree. This is something we could do right now and save money for our constituents right now.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect, nothing we do now will save anybody anything, because this bill is not likely to run until probably close to the last day of the session, as you know. So it's great to say what the former ranking member has said. The reality is we all know that this is a working draft of a bill. And if past practice is any indication of the future, energy bills run in the last few days. Most important bills run in the last few days. This bill is nowhere near done. This idea is nowhere near vetted, but it's a topic of conversation that I believe that I'm willing to entertain, just not in this iteration of the bill right now, because nothing, and I want to be clear about that to whoever is listening out in the universe, nothing we do today saves anybody any money, because we don't pass laws here, right? Laws get passed in the General Assembly. Laws get passed after they're signed by the governor, and that's a long process. No bills have really passed at this point that come out of the Energy Committee. I don't think we've ever passed one this early in my 6 years. So I just want to make sure everybody understands this is an attempt to get something in a bill that hopefully will run somewhere in the next, not fast enough, 2 months, 2.5 months. And we have time to discuss it, but I'm not for just accepting an amendment at this point. And I continue to urge my colleagues to vote no, because this has zero impact on people's electricity bills in the moment.
Thank you, Senator. I also would like to make a comment for the benefit of anybody who might be watching or those who might read reports about what transpired in this committee. I think this is a very, very illustrative example of how something that sounds really good on its face and sounds like it will solve a problem is dealt with in a vacuum as opposed to within context. And one of the important aspects about our process is that we try to provide context and not, drop something in really at the 11th hour. Something as important as our REX program, which has been in existence for years, been through some changes, certainly can be improved on. Is something that really has ramifications that go beyond the actual cost of the REC program itself. And that it touches on many other things that are important to us for our long-term energy security goals. And to treat it in a vacuum as a quick way to feel good, unfortunately, may belie its actual negative impacts in other fashion if we don't consider it more in context, if we don't involve the experts in that sense. We can have the conversation, but to drop it in now without any of that information, I think is misleading to the public that this kind of thing is necessarily going to happen in the fashion in which it's been proposed. Representative Iacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to ask the good representative, the 67th. Good question. So the REC, so will this apply to businesses? Because in North Haven, last August, September, I had businesses that were really almost down and out during COVID, and they've owned professional buildings. It's a family. They've owned it for 40 years. There's 5 small buildings, and they finally were getting back on their feet, and they were hit with $10,000 and $11,000 and $13,000 bills 3 months in a row because of the moratorium payback and the public benefits. And they were just ready to throw their hands up. They were screaming at me, even though they know me personally, blaming me, blaming us. They said, we're finally back on our feet and we're ready to almost go bankrupt again. So would this help even, businesses that then I think they also have solar and it's just not enough. Through you.
Representative Buckby.
And not today, but by June or July. Through you.
Okay.
Through you.
Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Renewable energy credits have to be purchased by every residential, industrial, or commercial user who are buying. So wherever your EDC would be, they have to buy those right away. And I think the other thing that would really help with that, especially with these larger companies, it would also bring about more competition within the EDCs, within our third-party suppliers who are now purchasing wherever they may be to be more competitive and maybe bring some of that back in as far as what the good chair had mentioned before, the competition, that's going to be a critical piece to it. And when I say now, look, we just had an emergency vote last week on things. There's no reason we couldn't make something like this more of an emergency. And the fact that even to be hinted that it was dropped in the lap is laughable. This was a bill I proposed earlier on this year that the Energy Committee has not brought forward. So I think it's a great fit. And I think this is the exposure it needs to have so people can actually see it. So yes, those people in your district would have to pay for those.
I appreciate that. Through you, Mr. Chair, one more question or one more comment. So the good Rep Mashinsky from my neighbor from the 85th mentioned Wallingford Electric purchases 5 years in advance, which I think is really smart. I do the same thing in my business for whatever I could. So with this, could you buy those credits out in the out years, potentially?
Representative Buckby.
Yeah,
Drew?
Rex wouldn't be able to be purchased that far out. It's a different story when you're
1
talking
year?
about the municipal. Yeah, you'd be purchasing a year out because that, again, energy is a commodity. It's going to fluctuate. But I think the fluctuation from $2 in Nevada to $50 in Connecticut, there's a lot of room in between for those other states that are doing it too. So that would fluctuate. You wouldn't be able to go that far out, but you certainly could buy.
I appreciate that.
Representative Yakarino.
I appreciate your time, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the good
Thank you
representative.
to
Thank
both of you for a spirited conversation, which we hope will continue. However, I would recommend to all members of the committee to vote no on this amendment. Anyone else? Madam Clerk, we're ready for a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote for Amendment A. Senator Needleman,
Senator Needleman votes no on the amendment.
Representative Steinberg,
Thank you. Thank you,
Representative-
Representative Bale.
Senator Fazio,
Senator Fazio votes yes.
Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes no.
Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes no.
Representative Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes no.
Senator Cabrera,
Senator Cabrera votes no.
Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes no.
Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes no.
Representative Horn,
Rep. Horn votes no.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes no.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Mashinsky, no, for now.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Yakarino,
Yakarino, yes.
Representative Bucksbaum,
Bucksbaum, yes.
Representative Constantine,
No, for now.
Representative Buckby,
It's a big yes for me.
Representative Foster,
No.
Representative Jensen,
Rep. Jensen is yes.
Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Winter,
No.
Representative Gothier,
No.
and Representative Hughes.
No.
Madam Clerk, do we have a tally?
Yes. The tally is 8 yes, 16 no, 1 absent and not voting. Thank you, Chair.
The motion to amend fails. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to continue our conversation on Senate Bill 4. There are several sections of the bill I'd like to make a comment on them. The first couple are related to funding the deployment of new wind and nuclear production, and doing so particularly through bond funding. There's been discussion about whether we should fund energy programs in this state through the budget, bonding, et cetera, or through the electric bill subsidized by the consumer. I am also concerned not just how it's funded, but the aggregate funding between the taxpayers and the ratepayers all added together. If there is a new program to add taxpayer funding to subsidize certain programs, I would at least like it to be offset by an equal amount of dollars in our public benefits charges or elsewhere in the budget. There are parts of this in principle that I do have a favorable disposition to. We do want to make it more cost effective and easier to deploy new energy, to build supply, including nuclear and wind. We want them to be competitive on price. We want them to compete against each other on price, not just within their own industries. So I hope that there is a conversation we can further regarding those sections of the bill. There are two sections in the middle that do raise concerns. Section 5 creates a new demand response program for natural gas that is conceivably, by the language, going to be funded through our gas bills. I tend to think that energy efficiency and demand response are some of the more worthy programs among the many that are funded through ratepayers' bills. But adding a new program funded through any utility ratepayers' bills is questionable to me. I tend to think that demand response should be an industry that can mostly succeed on its own 2 feet. Remember, we talk about the virtue and values of a lot of these programs. Demand response means that when demand for a source of energy is at its highest, whether it's power or gas, that there are people in the system who are paid, who are reimbursed for lowering their energy usage. Whether it's normally it's commercial and industrial because there's more scale there. And so what would happen for them is that they would get a payment for, say, turning their air conditioner usage down, or in this case, maybe turning their gas usage down in the winter. That is a great program to have in our marketplace. It should conceivably be able to succeed in our marketplace. There should be economics that reward those people. There are private demand response companies. So I'm open to the conversation, but I don't want to see another program funded through utility payers' bills. I was under the impression that this section, as it's written, would have that funding component to it. Section 6 seeks to allow usage of Millstone and Seabrook power contracts in standard service. I'm open to the discussion. I still don't have a fully fleshed out opinion on it, but I'm open to the discussion. I don't want to be hiding the ball from anyone. I think the idea of maybe smoothing out charges over time is a realistic one, but adding charges, adding carrying costs, or hiding the ball is not the right way to do it. So those are the considerations I would have. Open to the conversation. Section 7, my concerns are similar to Section 5, creating a new subsidy program that is funded through ratepayers' bills. I think in this case, it would require a pure docket to explore how to subsidize a renewable thermal energy network, specifically, I believe, through gas ratepayers' bills, is again seeking to do to the electric system, the gas system, what we're doing to the electric system. I want to see all forms of energy production succeed. I want new energy production online in this region, but doing it in a cost-effective way and not overburdening ratepayers is an important part of the consideration. Other parts of the bill related to utility service, I'm certainly open to as well. In the past, I have appreciated working with the chairs of this committee. I know that they have said that Senate Bill 4, among others, is an open conversation, and that they want to have a discussion about adding ideas from members of this committee and General Assembly on both sides of the aisle, including parts of some ideas from Senate Bill 647. And I look forward to that conversation. I want to get to a yes on the Senate floor on this bill. I want to be a co-sponsor of this bill, but we need to have the negotiation, have the conversation, and hopefully make it much better in its current form, add new ideas, and make sure that we're always working to make this state more affordable while protecting our environmental considerations and the reliability of our grid as well. So for now, I'll be a no on the bill, but I very much look forward to working with all members of this committee, including Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg, to make this bill a great finished product and hopefully get to an emphatic yes on the Senate floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Senator, for those sentiments and your pledge to all of us to work together to create the best product possible. That is our objective as well. Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. As we contemplate SB4, I guess there's first there's some issues that I have with the bill. All in all, I do want to see us moving toward nuclear and wind as well. I think that, if we can pave the way for these, I think that is a good thing. I obviously am most concerned about what is missing in this bill. And that is many of the ideas that we have already put forward with 647, which I will not belabor at this moment, but appreciate the chair's offer to continue these conversations and look forward to those conversations. One of the things I do want to point out in this bill, particularly in section 7, when we talk about adding to the gas utilities, like Senator Fazio said, I just want to point out to the people in this committee that we have been doing this in this committee and in this legislative body for a very long time. So in our electric bill, we started back in 2005. We went to add to a long-term contract. Anytime you see long-term contract in a bill, you should be wary. This showed up in 2005, in 2011, 2013, 2015, 2017, 2018, 2020, 21, and 22. And that has taken our non-bypassable federally mandated congestion charges from back in 2015, just on the Eversource portion, from 100 million to what we have today at 375. Okay, so if you take Millstone out, which of the non-bypassable federally mandated congestion charge, you're still well north of $300 million. We need to be very wary when we add long-term contracts onto our legislation. This is putting more fees onto the back of our ratepayers who are screaming for us right now to lower their utility bills. And so we've said, oh, okay, we're not going to put it on your electric bill, but we're going to add it now to your gas bill. Let's be very clear that our constituents do not want higher bills. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I think you make an interesting point in that, long-term contracts cut both ways. Sometimes they provide us with stability and certainty and good value, and other times a little less so. And we should always scrutinize them with great care. Are there other comments or questions? Seeing none, Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I would just add that the provisions in Section 7 and other sections have the potential to reduce demand on the electric grid, and I think there's value in that, and also on the gas system. So all those provisions would be required to be in the best interest of ratepayers, and the long-term best interest of ratepayers. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else would like to comment? If not, Madam Clerk, we're ready for a roll call vote. Oh, I should add something very important that my counsel has advised me I better say or I'll get in big trouble. This is LCO 6322. In case you've been working off a different LCO, we apologize, but that's the one we're talking about. Madam Clerk.
This is a roll call vote to JFS Senate Bill 4, an act concerning energy affordability, access, and accountability with LCO number 6322. Senator Needleman,
Senator Needleman votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator Fazio,
Senator Fazio votes no for today.
Representative Mara,
Mara votes no.
Representative Sanchez, Senator Maroney, Representative Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Rep. Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Rep. Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Mushinski, yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Yakarino,
Yakarino, no.
Representative Bucksbaum,
Bucksbaum, no.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Foster,
Yes.
Representative Jensen,
Rep. Jensen is no.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gothier,
Yes.
and Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
We will be keeping the votes open till 5 PM, unless of course we go beyond 5 PM talking here, in which case we'll take it, play it by ear. We will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is Senate Bill 545, an act concerning the satisfaction of telecommunications quality of service standards and prohibiting remote reconnection fees. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. This is a bill that has been brought forward to address express concerns on the telecommunications industry. And that's all I have to say about it. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have concerns over the bill. This would require the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority to start regulating in a very broad and serious and consequential way the telecommunications industry. Other than, I think, the plain old telephone pole service, Pura doesn't really have cognizance in telecommunications. And as we know, the work that Pura does, especially over our electric and gas systems and water systems, is very important. It's very contentious. It's very laborious. There's been discussion, maybe Pura doesn't even have enough funding and manpower to be performing its current tasks expeditiously. It is, I think, an important piece of evidence to note that on the topic of this bill, when it was subject to a public hearing, Pura did not testify. And actually hearing Pura's opinion on how this type of vast new responsibility would be executed in the interests of good service for consumers and cost and every other consideration, we didn't get to hear from the principal body that would be deputized to actually perform that responsibility. And for those reasons and more, I will be a no vote today, probably tomorrow if it were to be a vote tomorrow as well. But I have significant concerns. This would add significant new powers to Pura's portfolio, and there's not clearly the desire, ability, or resources for them to be doing that when they have such a full plate already. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you, Senator, and I hope we aren't talking about this tomorrow. But anything's possible. I will concur with you that I think it's very important that we have Pura's input. And before this bill would be considered on the floor, I'm sure we will get that. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo that, I think we heard this a couple of years ago. This bill had kind of died on the vine, and also, I think Pura's no answer is an answer. I think if they don't submit something, they're telling us something without telling us something. So I don't think this is a something I think it should bake a little bit more. We should have full conversations with them, and if they'd like to come back for another next year, sure, have that conversation. But Pura's got a lot on their plate right now, as we know very well in this room, and this is not something we need to add to it. So I'd be a no the way this bill sits, no matter which day it might be. Senator, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And kind of going away from the Pura conversation a little bit and just talking about quality of service standards in general. raised pretty significant concerns for me just from a free market perspective, where if there are multiple providers in an area, whether it's AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, you name it, if that provider is not providing you with requisite service, you do have the option to switch to another carrier who might provide you better service, whether they're not meeting maintenance appointments on time, their installation appointments are lagging, or their out of service repair is struggling. If those companies aren't meeting their duty there's already an incentive to switch to another company, because those other companies will be racing to serve you in a much better fashion. And I think that just expanding these services to VoIP, voice over internet protocol, really kind of flies in the face of a lot of the free market principles that we tend to hold dear here in this country, and hopefully more in the state of Connecticut. So I respectfully will have to oppose this bill today and tomorrow as well.
I keep hearing about tomorrow and it's making me nervous. Thank you, Representative. I would argue, first of all, we should recognize the limitations that any state has in terms of the telecommunications business, which is very frustrating for us and very hard for us to explain to our constituents that we're limited in that fashion. But I also would suggest that we can't necessarily rely exclusively on free markets to assure that everybody has access and affordability, and that's where government may play a role. Representative Buckby for the second time.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Just a question on this bill then. So this covers voice over IP, correct? And how do we even do that? That's the hard part. How is that even possible to do it with all the different opportunities, offices that have voice over IP, the FaceTimes, your Zoom calls, whatever it may be?
I'm going to make a confession that I find much to do with telecommunications to be extremely confusing. There are a lot of different technologies, evolving technologies involved, a lot of different platforms, and they're hard for us to understand, let alone make bets on behalf of the public on. So I really can't answer your question. Perhaps somebody can. Are your eyes seeking that? So.
Your fellow chair seems to be grinning with an opportunity to answer. That's why.
Then maybe we'll indulge that if you're okay. Representative Buckby. Senator Needleman.
Dying to talk about this. This really pertains mostly at this point to Frontier, which is the one regulated telephone company in the state. It is hoping to send a message to the providers about quality of service. And I agree that many of them cannot be regulated, but there is an issue of termination of service that could really put people in jeopardy. So we want to eliminate the reconnection fee. That's one of the core aspects of the bill. If service gets turned off, I don't think it's people pulling wires anymore. We want them to be able to turn back on if they make their bill whole, without having to suffer not being able to access 911, because the remaining customers that are on Frontier service are elderly, except you. You have a dial, don't you? I think you.
I believe in rotary phones. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
They don't break.
I guess the part of that gets me is what your co-chair had said, that a lot of it we don't understand. And I think it's really difficult for us to be putting forward any legislation when we don't fully understand the impact of how it can affect other businesses within the state, especially voice over IP. I know a lot of businesses who run strictly on that. And I do believe the 911 service still runs, even a phone that's off, that still connects though, as long as there's a signal. So I'm just confused on how this is going to be done, and as I was 2 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Chairs, plural.
Thank you, Representative. Hopefully we can achieve greater clarity before such a bill will be considered on the floor of the legislature. Other comments or questions? If not, Madam Clerk, we are ready for another roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote to JF Senate Bill 545, an act concerning the satisfaction of telecommunications quality of service standards and prohibiting remote reconnection fees. Senator Needleman,
Senator Needleman votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
No.
Representative Mara,
Mara votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Maroney, Representative Ali Brennan,
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Pinsky, yes.
Representative Piscopo, Representative Yakarino,
Yakarino, no.
Representative Bucksbaum,
Bucksbaum, no.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Foster,
Rep. Foster votes yes.
Representative Jensen,
Jensen's no.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gothier,
Gothier, yes.
and Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, the votes will be held open until 5 p.m. today. We may now move on to item 3 on the agenda, Senate Bill 1293, an act requiring a study of electric utilities. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Representative Hughes, seconded by Senator Marr. This is a bill which is very much like its title sounds. It's a study of electric utilities. It is only a study. Right now, we're not sure exactly what we would choose to put into this. It's part of an ongoing conversation with various interested parties, including OCC and the general public. And obviously, we have ongoing conversations with the utilities on a variety of subjects. We beg your indulgence to keep this study bill open. And if we determine ultimately that there's nothing specific we're going to chase down, we will probably not go forward with it. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I haven't spoken a whole lot this year. I think I'm making up for it today, I guess. So this is a placeholder dummy bill that we're putting before us for this. It really hasn't been vetted out completely yet. Is that what we're looking at?
I was waiting for it to put it in the form of a question, just like Jeopardy. Okay.
Is that what we're looking at, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I think that
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that every other bill has faced public hearing and all the pieces that we need to have in it that we've heard from you on amendments and different things that didn't get such. So I think it's conflicting if we say, yes, let's put this forward. So I would go ahead and say, no, I don't think I can support a dummy bill just as a placeholder if it hasn't faced any true criticism from the public.
The bill has been heard in the public hearing process. So I'm not sure I understand your point about not having been criticized by the public.
My point would be, you just mentioned there's a lot more to be vetted out to go into it, and all of that would be new things being put forward that didn't necessarily meet the deadline that we're facing. So that's why I would be conflicted to try to vote for a bill that's certainly going to change quite a bit.
I understand your point. I don't see it changing dramatically. One reason sometimes we run bills is to hear from the public as to suggestions on things we might scrutinize. We didn't get much on this one, so I understand your point. We think that with the current challenges we face as a state with overall energy affordability, but beyond that, issues relating to supply, issues relating to transmission and delivery, and some very broad issues that are ones we hadn't contemplated discussing in the context of a very volatile marketplace brought on by unexpected tariffs. There may be things we still need to talk about before we would put this bill to bed. Representative Buckby?
I would say the putting a bill forward with there could be something down the road is not really what the General Assembly is here for. That something that, well, if the federal government does this, then that. I think this is a study. It's again, as a placeholder bill that's looking to have something that's looking for a problem. That's why I have trouble as I always have with dummy bills.
I take your point, Representative. I would have said the same thing as you 6 weeks ago, but in the current environment, all bets are off, and I don't know what's gonna, I mean, I haven't checked the news lately. But maybe something has changed with tariffs in that period of time. So one never knows. Representative Buck.
It could have, but in the same breath, that's why we have amendments for the other bills. That's why amendments are allowed on the floor as opposed to another bill going through. So that's why I'd certainly be a no on this, just in the procedure of it. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there other comments or questions? If not, we're ready for a roll call vote. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, you be in charge if you want.
This is a roll call vote to JF to the floor, Senate Bill number 1293, an act requiring a study of electric utilities. Senator Needleman,
Senator Needleman votes yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
Yes.
Representative Mara,
Mara votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney, Representative Ali Brennan, Senator
Sorry, Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco,
Gresco votes yes.
Representative Horn,
Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Yes.
Representative Piscopo,
No.
Representative Yacarino,
No.
Representative Bucksbaum,
No.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Foster,
Yes.
Representative Jensen,
No.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gothier,
Gothier, yes.
and Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, the votes will be held open till 5 o'clock. We now move on to item 4 in the agenda, House Bill 6777, an act concerning water utility systems and water quality and treatment surcharges. This is a JFS to the floor, and the LCO number is 5612. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. This bill is intended to address some of the things that we are dealing with from a pollution standpoint. Specifically, you could focus on PFAS. We are asking the water utilities, or at least those that remain regulated, which seems to be dwindling, to look out for our water quality, safety, potability issues. We all recognize that we have issues with PFAS, but the water utilities are in a position to take action in many cases with the appropriate investment in infrastructure to filter out PFAS to the degree possible. We are simply enabling the utility to recover the costs directly related to those pollution controls. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting this bill today. It's not always that we support capital trackers, for a more predictable recovery of capital investment. What happened here is that there's an EPA regulation requiring more thorough cleanup of PFAS in our water systems. And so our water companies are going to have to undertake, under federal regulation, a multi-$100 million capital investment to reduce PFAS in the water supply. And under the normal PURA process, they would undertake that regulation and go to PURA later on, years after the fact, for recovery. Whereas this proposal would allow them to have a more steady and predictable recovery over time, which would also avoid some of the financing and carrying costs that ultimately the consumers would be forced to pay. So I think the product of this legislation, as it's intended, is to smooth the water bills that consumers will pay and reduce the overall charges that they'll have to pay by reducing the amount of carrying charges, because we know these capital investments are coming. We know that they're being imposed by the federal government, and from a couple of years ago. And so I do think that this is a bill that is worth supporting, and I'll be voting yes today.
Thank you. Senator Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also going to be supporting this bill today. I think one of the many things that we hear from our constituents and the residents across Connecticut is they really want predictability and lack of volatility in their utility bill. I look at this as a benefit to ratepayers because it gives them some of that predictability if this can be collected over a long period of time. So I will be supporting this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to commend all of our leadership for this this bill. There's not enough that we can do as far as PFAS goes nationwide. This is an issue, and this will make it a little more affordable to try to get into that testing. I think we should do more with our Environment Committee on this going forward. Anything we can do to remediate that would be critical. So I will be supporting this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mashinsky.
Just a technical question. Did we change the bill to allow the investment to be recoverable over the course of the expected life of it rather than within a single year? Or
I
is that-
believe that the Consumer Council worked on the S language with the utility.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Representative. We have had further conversations with OCC in particular to make sure that they can get behind what we're trying to accomplish. And we will remain open to that as we move forward. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, we're ready for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
This is a roll call vote to JFS House Bill number 6777 with LCO number 5612, an act concerning water utility systems and water quality and treatment surcharges. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
Yes.
Representative Mara,
Mara votes yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan. Oh, Senator Maroney, we need to see your face. Senator Maroney, we need to see your face to record the vote. Yeah, we'll go back to you.
Sorry, Senator Maroney votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Ali Brennan. Senator Cabrera. Representative D'Amico.
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco. Representative Horn.
Yeah.
Senator Marr.
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory. Representative Mushinski.
Shinsky, yes.
Representative Piscopo.
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Yacarino.
Yacarino, yes.
Representative Bucksbaum.
Bucksbaum votes yes.
Representative Constantine.
Constantine votes yes.
Representative Buckby.
Yes.
Representative Foster.
Foster votes yes.
Representative Jensen.
Jensen votes yes.
Representative Canino.
Yes.
Representative Winter.
Yes.
Representative Gauthier.
Gauthier, yes.
And Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, votes will be held open till 5 p.m. today. Still working on today. Next up, we have number 7 on our agenda. I'm sorry, number 6. House Bill 7018, an act establishing a testbed technologies program. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 56. Did I skip something? All right. Never mind. We will go back to item 5 on the agenda. You know, for those of us who are interested in doing everything iteratively, we will. House Bill 6927, an act requiring the study of energy sources. This is a JF to the floor. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Second. Seconded. Moved and seconded. If you loved Senate Bill 1293, you're gonna love House Bill 6927, an act requiring the study of energy sources. It will obviously allow us to study energy sources, which are clear. We have many energy sources, and we can probably name them if we chose to. But the specifics are still to be determined. And I know that Representative Buckby, to keep his streak of coming in every bill alive, has something he'd like to offer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, is this something we need legislation for to study energy sources? Can't we do that now without legislation?
I'm sure you could, Representative. The rest of us might require some assistance from experts and involve some other parties. It could get kind of involved.
But
Representative
thank you, Mr. Chair, but couldn't Deep or Pura or any of them allow for that to happen right now by the experts who would do so without legislation? They have the authority to do so.
It's a good point, Representative Buckby. There are any number of things in which ostensibly an agency or a body has the ability to examine things, but it's often the role of the legislature to require their attention to something that is critically important at a point in time. Oftentimes what we do is very successful in getting them to respond to something that we think is worthy of that kind of priority. Representative Buckby?
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chair. I think a phone call is just as suitable as a piece of legislation in this regard. So I'd be voting no on a dummy bill again. Thank you.
I would recommend a phone call over a text or an email, but that's just personal experience. Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? If not, we're ready for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
This is a roll call vote to JF House Bill 6927 to the floor, an act requiring the study of energy sources. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Representative Mara,
Mara votes no.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco, Representative Horn, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Mushinski, yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Which bill?
Representative Yacarino,
No.
Representative Buxbaum,
Buxbaum, no.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Foster,
Yes.
Representative Jensen,
Jensen votes no.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gothier,
Gothier, yes.
and Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Madam Clerk, I believe Representative Piscopo has something to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May be recorded in the negative. Switch my vote to the negative. I made a mistake there. Thank you.
Happens, Representative. Any other comments or questions? No. If you don't mind, I will go on to item 6. House Bill 7018, an act establishing a testbed technologies program. This is a JFS to the floor, and this is LCO 6144. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. This is a bill that is familiar to this committee. We passed such a bill out of committee last year. It passed the House, it passed the Senate, and the governor didn't like it. So we're bringing it back with some changes. We hope that will meet the approval of the executive branch. Those conversations are ongoing, and they're approval will be a large factor in whether this bill moves forward. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Buckby, keeping the streak alive.
Just for you, Mr. Chair. I think you're gonna like this one at least. This did pass. It was a good bill last time. It's a good bill this time. Good bill ought to pass. First time saying that this year.
It's still my heart. Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Madam Clerk, we're ready for a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote to JFS House Bill number 7018 to the floor, an act establishing a testbed technologies program. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio,
Yes.
Representative Mara,
Mara votes no today.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico,
D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Gresco, Representative Horn, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Mushinski, yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Yes.
Representative Yacarino,
No today, hopefully yes tomorrow.
Representative Bucksbaum,
No.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
Yes.
Representative Foster,
Yes.
Representative Jensen,
Yes.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gothier,
Gothier, yes.
and Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bills will be held up until 5 p.m. Moving along, we have item 7, House Bill 7019, an act requiring a study of incentives for the replacement of residential electric resistance heating systems. This is a JFS to the floor, and that would be LCO number 6274. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All right, you two work it out between you. This is a bill in which we heard a fair bit of testimony. It intends to explore ways in which we can help transition many homeowners or even perhaps landlords from resistance heat to more efficient heat. It is only a study at this point because there's more information we need before we make that, and there may obviously be a cost component to such a transition, and we're not necessarily ready to take that on at this moment, but we thought it was important, given the affordability issue, that we explore ways that we can help people transition to more efficient ways to heat their homes. Are there comments or questions? Come on, Representative Buckby, you got the record intact here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to. I just think, again, this is something that needs to be baked more thoroughly, be it through whatever type of heat we're talking about. It needs to be baked out a bit more and a bit more thorough. So at this point, I'm going to be a no on this bill, but I look forward to the robust discussion that'll be led by, I'm sure, by Representative Foster.
Thank you. I'm glad we moved on from dairy to baked goods. Senator Fazio.
I think it's an open question about whether the study is warranted or not. I'll just say for now, irrespective of the study, if it invites new subsidy programs that are on the backs of ratepayers, I would be opposed. I'm open to a conversation about a study. A lot of these things we want to see happen naturally in a marketplace, in a free and functioning marketplace, just simply without ratepayers funding the transition themselves. So I'm not going to totally close the door to studies. I just, want them to be informational rather than agenda based. And so I'll just put down that marker for any future conversations on policy.
Thank you, Senator. Other comments or questions? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think a lot of the testimony we heard about high electric bills did come from residents who still have electric resistance heating systems. They're the least efficient heating systems. They come with the highest costs. And I think we need to look at incentives and mechanisms for transitioning those customers off of electric resistance heating systems. There are 53,000 Connecticut households that DEEP estimates still utilize electric resistance heating systems. Those are the residents that are suffering from the highest electricity bills. They have the highest bills. There was an article in the New Haven Independent this week with a resident who had a $700 electric bill in a 2-bedroom apartment. So I think we need to look at that. There's also important landlord-tenant issues to think through in terms of trying to help those customers lower their bills. And heat pumps could reduce the demand for an equivalent heat pump system by 2 to 3 times. There have been a lot of concern from the committee about things that would increase demand on the electric grid. This is something that we can look at that can reduce demand for customer bills and also for the system as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your work on this to date. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going to be a yes today on this bill. I do think that I want to learn more about it. I want to see what the study shows. But if what Representative Winter is saying is true and people that have this resistant heating system have a high bill, looks like their incentive is already there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Desire doesn't always equal ability. So Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree. Desire does not equal ability, and my concern is we're leaning one way to the other when it comes to landlords. They have their right to choose what they want to do, and unfortunately, all these people are already paying into the public benefits charge they can't benefit from, as we've talked about in previous discussions. That 35 to 40% of the state are people who rent, and they're already paying into all these other public benefit charges. They're getting whacked as it is. So until we address that piece of it, I have a tough time with the rest of it until this is fully addressed and vetted out with those landlords and have them in here for discussion, be it a consortium of them or be it a way to prove that we're going to get this through. I'm concerned. I'm sure it'll pass, but I'm certainly flagging still a no. But I think we're partially looking out for those renters. That's the problem. We're only partially with this looking out for the renters, as the rest is already existing and they're paying a lot of money into that, and that's not okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You make an excellent point, Representative. We struggle, as every state does, to address the renter landlord challenges, which are not as straightforward as for homeowners. And we've actually made some strides in that regard. But I certainly take your point that an effective study would have to certainly include the viewpoint and the considerations of landlords and their tenants, both of them. You have something else, Representative Buckby?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the thing you mentioned too, the same that other people face, but unfortunately, the ratepayers in this state are facing more. And that's the problem that I have with it. That needs to be the expediency to this. That may not be able to wait for that study, that we need to be doing something more for those renters and ratepayers now.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments or questions? Representative Mashinsky.
The landlord issue is the key issue here. And if the language is not clear that that's who our target is, we probably should clarify it on the floor.
Once again, we have work to do on defining the parameters of the study. Certainly, our intention is to focus on where the greatest opportunity is and the greatest gaps are. And I think that to everyone's point, landlords will be a large focus, but I would not go so far as to say exclusive focus. Any other comments or questions? If not, we're ready for a vote, Madam Clerk.
This is a roll call vote to JFS House Bill number 7019 to the floor, an act requiring a study of incentives for the replacement of residential electric resistance heating systems. Senator Needleman,
Yes.
Representative Steinberg,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Representative Mara,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan, Senator Cabrera, Representative D'Amico, Representative Gresco, Representative Horn, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Senator McCrory, Representative Mushinski,
Shinsky, yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, no.
Representative Yakarino,
Yakarino, no.
Representative Bucksbaum,
Bucksbaum, no.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
Representative Buckby,
No.
Representative Foster,
Yes.
Representative Jensen,
Jensen's no.
Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Winter,
Yes.
Representative Gothier,
Yes.
and Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Bless you again. Again, we're holding votes open till 5 o'clock. The last item, number 8 on our agenda, House Bill 7087, we are going to be holding because of some significant changes to the JFS language. I can assure you that it'll be back on our agenda for our next meeting, which happens to be next Tuesday, the 18th of March. I believe, is it 11 a.m.? Somewhere around that, in 1D. We thank you for your help, your efforts today. This meeting is in recess.
Abby,
Yes.
I believe I missed some votes. Could I cast those now, please? Or do you want me to wait a little bit? What works better for you? Wait 15 minutes?
Yeah, give me like 10 minutes, then I'll be able to take your vote. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'll log back on in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Like, thank you.
I'll do the same.
Hello,
Hey.
Representative Ali Brennan.
Fun day.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, so I recorded my vote wrong on 545. I would like to be marked as a no, not a yes.
Okay. And then I think there were a few
Yep.
others. Let's see. Hello.
Hey.
Fun day.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, so I recorded my vote wrong
Sorry,
on
I'm
545. I would like to be marked
closing
as
out
a
of
no.
this. Okay. It was 6777 JFS with LCO 5612.
I'm a yes.
All right. Then 6927 was a JF.
I'm a yes.
Then 7018 was a JFS with LCO 6144.
I'm a yes.
And then last one was 7098 JFS with LCO 6274.
I'm a yes on that as well.
Perfect. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you too.
Al, thank you. You got it, my friend.
Hello.
Kenny, you're up.
So I believe you need to vote on SB4.
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
All right. And then thank you.
You learn a few things?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not throwing that out as a way to run a meeting, but we got through it.
You all,
Oh,
then we've got sorry, I believe you're all set.
Yeah, I think that was the only one.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, take care. Have a great evening.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Whoops. Hello? Hello? Mr. Chair? He's not even listening.
I'm doing it right now.
Good afternoon. See, so we can do this. We want to just go through one at a time. I'll
I
start
think
with,
I left off at number 4.
what was that, sir?
I think I left off at number 4.
Let's see. Yes, sir. Is that House Bill 7019?
No, it's House Bill 6777 on the agenda.
Yeah, yep. I think my list is flipped here. Okay. Yes, sir.
Ready? Yes.
Excellent.
You want to ask everybody else if they're missing on 4 and we can go down one at a
Yeah,
time?
whatever's most convenient. I'm not sure where I dropped off, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I was in and out.
So then why don't you just go to number 5, House Bill 6927.
House Bill 6927? Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
sir. That was a yes from Representative Gresco and a yes from Representative Horn.
Correct.
Excellent.
Did I miss that one?
No, you're all set, Senator Maroney.
Okay, thank you.
Next to item 6, House Bill number 7018.
Yes, even though it's gonna get vetoed.
Yes, from Representative Gresco.
Horn, yes.
Yes, from Representative Horn.
I believe I voted on that, but I'll say yes again, just in case.
Maybe that'll help with the veto.
Maroney, I need your sponsorship on 5026. The chairman's right here.
Okay, I'll go on right now. Hold on.
Jesus.
All right, item number 7, House Bill 7019.
I'm a yes.
Horn is a yes.
All right. And Senator Maroney, you're all set for that one.
Yeah, I think I missed the first 3 or 4.
Hey, you missed all the amendments. Lucky you.
Well, I was there for the amendments.
Okay.
So maybe I missed 2. I don't know.
I'll just check, make sure Representative Gresco and Representative Horn, make sure that you are both all set.
Thank you.
Representative Horn, if I can get your vote for House Bill 6777. This was a JFS with LCO 5612.
Yes.
Representative Gresco.
Yes.
Excellent. And Representative Horn. So, yep, thank you. And I believe that you're both all set. So
Great. Thank you very
both
much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. Senator Maroney, I still need your votes on Senate Bill 1293.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
On Senate Bill 545.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
And Senate Bill 4.
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You as well.
Aye.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Looking to get your votes on matters from the committee meeting. If you
Okay.
want, I can just go down the list.
Sure.
So SB4, this is JFS with LCO 6322. This is item 1 on the agenda.
Yep. Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Item 2, SB 545. This was a motion to JF.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Item 3, SB 1293, motion to JF.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
And then this is item 4, HB 677 with JFS with LCO 5612.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Item 5, HB 6927, motion to JF.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Item 6, HB 7018, JFS with LCO 6144.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
And item 7, HB 7019, motion to JFS with LCO 6274.
Senator Cabrera votes yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you as well.
motivated me to be a better person.
Hi, Senator McCrory.
How you doing there, young lady?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm great. Is the meeting over?
It is over, but we're holding votes open until 5 o'clock.
Okay, well, let's go down to the votes. What kind of votes we have here?
So alrighty, let's go down the list. So we had SB4, which is an act concerning energy affordability, access, and accountability to JFS it to the floor.
That sounds good. I'm a yes.
Perfect. There's so many names. Okay. Then we had SB 545, an act concerning the satisfaction of telecommunications of service standards and prohibiting remote reconnection fees, JF to the floor.
Okay.
And then we had SB 1293, an act requiring a study of electric utilities, JF to the floor.
Why not?
Then we had HB 6777, an act concerning water utility systems and water quality and treatment surcharges, JFS to the floor.
Yes. Euphoria. My stomach and my head are
Then we had HB 6927, an act requiring the study of energy sources, JF to the floor.
Yes.
Then we had HB 7018, an act an act establishing a test bed technologies program, JFS to the floor.
Yes.
And then we had HB 7019, an act requiring a study of incentives for the replacement of residential electric resistance heating system, JFS to the floor.
Okay. May not come through.
And then item 8, HB 7087, was taken off the agenda because of a substitute language change and will be put on the agenda for next week.
And what bill is that?
That's an act concerning shared clean energy subscription, so there's some substitute language going in and we'll be ready by next week for our next committee meeting.
Okay.
And that is all of it.
Thank you.
Of course, thank you and have a great day.
A great start. We need to turn. Got to turn. Doesn't want structural sound here. Dog, they can't help themselves. A fire starter? Okay.
You know, cavemen, they built fires with nothing but their wits and their bare hands.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So no. I don't know if I want like that. I don't know if I want like that.